I think 8 megabits per second should be enough. I don't know if I could boost it. But I'm sure he used 8 megabit per second for like 60 FPS streams. I don't know. Can I still bump up the quality of this? No, I cannot change resolution and frame rate, it's normal. Now, I could increase it if need be, but I seem to remember 800 megabit per second is good enough for like 1080p 60. Don't remember. It's been a while since I've streamed that. So yeah, desktop capture, is it fully functioning? Yeah. Share this godforsaken stream that's probably gonna end in a shit fire. Copy video link. Share it to some groups. Only one because I can't be bothered to put it on PSX dev server. And then kill that. Alright, so Tempo Sparks, howdy. Haven't I seen you before? Your profile icon's familiar. So yeah, I'm gonna port over my old Marilyn fan game. It's a game by characters by Nersman567, long time ago. I haven't shame I don't think he does art anymore, as far as I'm aware. Quite like his Tim Burton inspired stuff, to be honest. Yeah, what a shame. Even I have also turned my back on art. Okay, I'm gonna see if XP parallel port comms is working. So, PSn00bSDK, examples, graphics. Pardon if you can hear some crap music in the background. I hope that does not trip the stupid copy claim system, because my mom's playing music outside as she works on the garden. No, not XP comms, GT. Okay, we have parallel port comms. Is that coming through the capture? Yep. That's the only downside of Noob ROM. You have to manually like it make it yeah, it's Xbox Live default icons. Yeah, I don't think you could specify your own icons in Xbox Live, because people might start putting like dick pics on it as their profile picture. I do remember hearing about that. That actually back then I know. Yeah, back then you could have, back then on YouTube you can have like, I've only heard it, I've not seen it, but back then in the early years of YouTube you can have like an animated GIF as a profile picture. And then people abuse it to have like animated hentai as their profile picture. Oh well. So yeah, PSn00bSDK is running. Let me see. Well, I'm still waiting for viewers to catch up. I'm just gonna do some preparations. My toolchain's not in the path. It's no problem. It's in user local. I'm having troubles packaging my SDK to deb package because of the way how deb packages are built. I haven't tried that. Animated channel backgrounds. I don't remember seeing any channel have that. Okay, we should have a working GCC now. Yep, it's working now. Oh yeah, I love captions. I like the annotations, because what if you made a mistake in a video that you didn't discover until far later? You put an annotation on the video there. How do you CH? Or I'll just call you Char. Tempo Sparks, Mr. High T Reason. Usually I have like a weeb wallpaper on here, but I decided to change it to the magical girl thing just to look pretentious. It has the original title card. The new one just has a subtitle that might also be a hentai. Oh, I disabled it. Is it that weird one that looks like that green matrix thing that you showed in your like montage bit in your? Is it that weird misty green thing that you showed in your montage in your last video that you made in your old home? I think there are some that are completely broken. I remember, I think it was Machinima. It was Machinima that had like the or some such where they had like they would have like, I think it was in their Grand Theft Auto 4 compilations, where at the end of each compilation you're given a menu that you can click, or a sort of menu that you can click to take you to a different set of videos. Yeah, I remember it when I think there was also another thing that Ashens made. It's sort of like one of those Goosebumps books where you take one path where you, at the end of, where it's just a bunch of clips that you have to follow around, and then at the end of each clip you're given a decision, which is you're given like annotations to click, which will take you to a different clip that would change the storyline. I think it was about Ashen's "Where's My Sofa" video. Yeah, I think that doesn't work anymore, unfortunately. Stupid YouTube. So yeah, I'm gonna open up my directory and hope there's no like hinty folders. No, I have a dedicated hinty folder. It's in the 750 gig volume. Oh, we could play Toho if I want to, but it sucks on Linux. There's, especially on a stupid calculator panel with like a dead line here. It's laggy. It's not. It's actually more responsive when I was playing that game on the Pentium too. With a CRT. Where is that old piece of shit? There it is. There it is. Look at that. Look at the file dates. 2014. This is so old. Yeah, this is old stuff here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna rewrite it to PSn00bSDK, and what I'm gonna, this one is quite horribly written, to be honest, because I did not like compile each C file as an individual object file. Instead, it just includes C files together, and then just does one tool compiler call to compile everything. It's horribly inefficient. This. There was this one idiot who was like making their own game from scratch. It's not even a PS1 homebrew game that they were making, but they took the Marilyn character from my fan game and used it as that. I told him that's not my character. So what he did, he hired some artist. What a noob. Hires an artist to draw sprites instead of drawing themselves. I'm gonna make the font bigger so it'll be more readable. I think it's 14 that works best, or it's 18 for an edit. I'll try that. Save defaults. Restart Nedit and should take the larger font. There we go. So it can be seen more easily. So where do I start? We already have functioning PS1 here. We have a functioning PS1, functioning video capture, cam of sorts. I put towels here because it looks like a supernova, and if I don't, and then I look like a shadow piece of shit, and I'm not Nancy Boy enough to look like that. So put towels. I don't have a curtain here. There's no mounts to put curtains here on my window frame. Alright, so first I have to create a work directory for this. I think for I'll just keep that up. I'm gonna, does multiple workspaces work here? Does that work? No, it will be confusing. That's one of the advantages of X11 window managers. You have multiple workspaces. I think Windows supports it, but for some reason it took them a long damn time to make it built in. I think it was like Windows 10 that had multiple workspaces, but the ability to have multiple workspaces has been around since like I think NT4 or NT5 with Windows 2000. But you need like video drivers like Matrox drivers supports that. Works in 98 even. So I think I'll just create it in. You can't create it here because I'll just create it inside my PSn00bSDK directory here. I'll create a folder named Marilyn, and I think I'll just include this setup file here. So let me try to write the make file from scratch. So it's like include dot and then C files, C all O files. I think it's like just open an existing make file as reference. I don't always remember it. Homebrew is very old. Well, I went from that simple 2D platformer game all the way up to a full-blown SDK. I'll use this one. I should do. Attach that. I'll just reduce the size of this. And then add prefix boiled. Files. It should be enough because I don't have assembler files here. Libs. I'll just why did I not just... I want to make a clean one. These ones are a bit cluttered. No need of those quote marks. Oh, also in Linux window managers, you can set a window as always on top. It's quite annoying why that's not in Windows. The flags. The linker flags. I'll just show how to like. We could just copy the. I'll just be a dick and set the file type to Unix. Let the Unix line ends. Then I need my tools. I just remembered. I don't have elf to X. So oh no, it's accessible. It's in my bin directory. Put that. Copy that rule in. And copy that rule in. Well, it doesn't work yet because there's no C file. So I'm gonna start. Include I think I'll just include I've actually changed my keyboard from that clicky mechanical Vignet one with this rubber dome IBM one, because the clattering is gonna get quite annoying. Stupid vertical line gets in the way. It's right over here on my screen. I want to go back to CRTs. I'm still contemplating bringing that blue Samsung monitor I got from a Botibacao haul last week to on here. It works. That one works fine. The white one didn't work, but the NTC one works, but it needs new caps and has loose joints inside. Oh, speaking of, if you still remember that, I don't want to turn that on because my face is gonna get burned. I don't know, my eye is gonna get burned. If you still remember me mentioning that Asus motherboard from my last stream, well, I got that board to work. Just needs new caps. And speaking of that 486 VIPIO2 board that I was trying to build make it a complete system, it stopped working, or it's working intermittently. It could just be capacitors, because the way it's behaving reminds me of the Pentium MMXs before its motherboard got a recap. So etc. First, I'm gonna do graphics stuff. Okay, int main. Actually, the PS1 supports command line arguments. In fact, my SDK actually supports command line arguments now, but I somewhat forget to mention it properly in my PSn00bSDK video. Basically, you can specify arguments in the system.cnf file, and also the exec function supports arguments too, which my SDK will actually parse, so argc and argv will work. So I'm gonna set up graphics stuff. I think screen XRES should be a fixed value so that you could toggle between widescreen and 4:3 mode. In screen standard, you could also set video standard too in the original. I'm not gonna use libgs here because PSn00bSDK doesn't have an equivalent. Why not I take it further and make it or it will display in 320 by 256 for PAL systems. I cannot really test it here, especially as I'm using an SCPH3500, which when you do PAL on it, it'll just simply freeze. It stops generating VSync interrupts. Well, figures, because it doesn't have a crystal for PAL frequencies, and therefore the GPU will stop generating VSync interrupts when you try to set it to PAL mode. For the display environments, two of them, drawing environments. I think I don't need this when the disk structures have like the resolution already. It's a bit redundant to keep keep that value already. So db. Okay, to reset to initialize graphics on PS1, we do reset graph 0. Then this will set initial values for the display environments. I think it's like 00, 320, and 240. And this one will be, I think the Y should be 240. Because these are for like double buffering. Draw environment. And then this one, the order of the Y offset is reversed. So when it'll just basically alternate like this in the frame buffer, up and down. Basically double buffering. when did I start putting comments though, so I don't have to trudge through this all over again, and I include it as an example. Once I have basic graphics going, I'm gonna try to like load the level file and then render it. I think that's when I'm gonna start splitting things to multiple C files, like game and render or graph. Actually, I think I should put this to graph later. And I have to set a clear color just to confirm if it's drawing. Green screen, and then SBG one. Oh no, I'm so lonely in the background. Okay, so yeah, I should just call this graph init. It's mostly to init the graphics. Then I'm gonna make a display function. No, set that to everyone should make it 1. Then put this pen when to put draw end functions, apply the this pen display environment and drawing environment to the GPU. And everyone should swap it. At this point, I should also. I forget to clear the order. I don't have an ordering table defined yet. Later. I just need to get basic video working. A lot of programmers don't do that thing with the comments there at the end. You know, notice in the function name, in the function block, I put like this bit here. That's to tell you which function the end of this piece of code is. Very, very helpful when you're working with like very big C files. A lot of programmers don't really do that anymore. No, once it saves a C file, highlighting works. So I'll compile it. Oh great, I apparently don't have a types file. Sys types H. Or maybe it's not set. Yeah, okay, I think I have to move it. I'll rename this to, because the defaults in the setup file expect the PSn00bSDK directory to be in the parent. So I have to move this over there. It's been moved. It's been moved. Oh, great. Keep that up. It's gonna be quite slow to get it going. Really, this. Huh? Oh. Okay. Well, I haven't seen. Okay, once I've set the keyframe interval to 2, YouTube doesn't seem to bitch about the keyframe intervals anymore. So, okay, I'll try to compile again. No, I have to fix the make file. I need to prove that. Oh, wrong. That should be. It's gonna end disastrously. I don't have a target variable, so target should be. That's the output file name. There we go. And then. I hope that doesn't. I hope that doesn't trip the copy crap system. Maybe the noise should suppress it. Damn it. Actually, we don't really need to convert the L file to exe because X becomes a. I thought I have an L file. I cannot execute that file here. This is not the PlayStation. The reason why I still create that as exe is that most emulators only support exe files, or if not ISO only. Oh, why not test if TTY is gonna work? Alright. Well, I forgot to set something. It did not crash. It did not crash. It just forgot to enable the display. You're supposed to do set this mask to 1. That should display video output. I also did not route TTY to Explorer, so you got nothing. PC drives on, exceptions on. Should I turn off the? I think the gamma is a bit. Should I change the background to like SMPT bars because this plasma is getting quite old. There we go, much better. Or maybe set the banner to a small one. There, now it looks like a professional development environment. Okay, I'm gonna put some text here to verify that TTY is working. The reset graph will output text anyway. There we go. And we got a green picture. That's what I wanted. Howdy, Henry. I haven't seen you in a while, or I don't know if I've seen you in the stream before. So yeah, I've dug out my old homebrew to rewrite into PSn00bSDK. Oh great, that stupid deadline is still there. It's really annoying. That's why I have this window over here instead of there, because this stupid vertical line here on my screen is getting in the way. I miss my Diamond Tron. The reason why I stopped using it was because it broke. Uh-oh, white woman love black cock BLM. Howdy, I guess. Haven't seen you before. Okay, now that we have graphics, why not I try to load some sprites? I know, I'm gonna load the tile map. It might be a bit tricky because I've forgotten the file structure, but I've documented the format. I have my code here that I can dig out. I think I'm just gonna use old test just for the old test level. Just for old time's sake. Copy that. I know I'm supposed to just keep it there. Put it here. Okay, I'm gonna create a new C file. I should call this game.exe. Well, it's capable of making games now. Especially as it can read files from CD-ROM and play audio and XA tracks from it, and read files from CD. Can even do like multi-session discs. I could say it's production ready, but well, I guess it can be. You just expect something to break or not work right. It's a bit limited. Oh, howdy, Alexandro. I think you've been here before, my Wind Waker stream. Yeah, I've dug out my really old Marilyn game here. I'm gonna port it over to PSn00bSDK. So right now I need to make like a level loader. I think I need to look around my old source here to figure out the structure, because I don't really remember how I did things back then. There it is, engine PSX. I think that should do the trick. Tear that out. Yeah, it's nasty. It's not modular at all. The way how I've structured my old game is like, it's really horribly structured. Well, it's nicely formatted, but the structuring is horrible. So I think this is like the game loop here. It looks to be the game loop. I'm not gonna read files off CD. I can use PC drive. It's much more convenient because it allows me to read files from the PC host directly, just like in the official development environments. How the etc. Cthulhu. I tried Vim, but I ended up wrecking my files with it. It's just I can get used to like OpenWhatCom's V, but Vim is quite messy, and I actually managed to wreck like my website files when I was like updating it. Fortunately, it happened on my laptop. Well, it has nice features, but it's rather clunky. Really clunky. It's like Edlin if people kept using Edlin. Though at least it's not as bad as Edlin. Edlin's horrible. It's only good for... I mean, I can get used to like having to press I before I can like insert and then escape and do that kind of convention. But for some reason there's some weird quirks about Vim that resulted in files getting corrupted. Like it copied blocks of text I did not expect it to copy. I don't know. Maybe it's like... how can I describe this? Basically, my new way of structuring code is basically modularize it. Like, for example, your code for graphics is in like a file named graphics.c. Your code for actual game logic is on like game.c or something. That should be good enough in most cases. Depends on how complex. Oh look, include in the middle of a C file. That's nasty. That's disgustingly horrid. Right now I'm looking for, there it is, load level header. So I need to look for the definitions. I think there's a header file that has the definitions here. It's really badly written, this. It's gonna take me a while to figure out before I can start like writing. are you writing a wiki? I'm not against the idea, but it's a bit redundant in all honesty. The PDF, you can export that ODF document as a PDF on LibreOffice to make it like a professionally looking document. In fact, the formatting on it looks like looks like the official libraries. Yeah. Pardon if I'm a bit slow here because this is really old code. This is like 6 years old code that I've forgotten about in a long time. And then the bad structuring doesn't help matters much. I guess that's why hardly anyone really forked my Marilyn engine. It's not very well written. It's a mess. It's a kludgy mess. I need to get tile rendering working first, then I'll start implementing the character. I suppose. Well, PsyQ. Well, pretty much every commercial game was made with PsyQ, more or less. You just had to write their own internal engine. The downside with using PsyQ SDK is it's still a bit dodgy. While Sony doesn't really go after you for downloading like the PsyQ SDK on the PSXDev website, hell, they haven't even gone after the PSXDev website for a very long time. It's still a bit precarious and unweary. You're not sure if they might strike at any moment. So PSn00bSDK. So that's one of the reasons why I created PSn00bSDK, along with as a proof of concept that you can make an open source PS1 SDK that doesn't suck, because the previous examples were frankly not very good. They were quite lacking in a number of areas that limited their practicality, in all honesty. They're valiant efforts, but well, they almost pretty much all of them were pretty much abandoned. It hasn't been updated for so many years until PSn00bSDK came along. Oh man, it's gonna take a while trudging through my old code. No, I can memorize code from my older projects, especially when it's already written in my more sensible conventions, but this one is really old, and I was still a bit noobish with C compilers. So where is the header struct? That I can just use the command line tool. Fine. Wrong window. This game brings back memories. Looking back at this project really brings back memories. I think I can do it with grep. What's the name of that header block? I know, header buff size. Okay, where is it? Huh? I thought it's 60 FPS. What? It's really... No, it doesn't look very laggy here. I think it must be the scrolling. It's not very smooth. Well, most text editors don't really have smooth text scrolling. Okay, so it's defined in PSXH. How did I miss that? I'm gonna use that more often. Okay, just to speed things up. Oh, okay. So, I'll just define it there temporarily. I know, why did I name it as a H file? Is there a rename function? I'll just open that up and a real programmer is one that works in broad daylight, swears a lot when something isn't working, and flips the bird at the screen all the time. A fake programmer is one that works in the dark and has an MS Paint doodle of a pair of shades in front, edited into the thumbnail. Should make fun of that at some point. It's Nedit. It's a classic X11 looking editor. It's the closest I can get to like finding a Notepad++ equivalent in Linux. Even has like a syntax highlighter that you can customize. I think I have made one here. There it is. It's mine. My custom highlighters. Well, I was quite stupid with I was quite stupid with programming in my early QBasic days. Like really early, I was like still in like grade 5, grade 6. And then this predated the K-12 period. So after grade 6, I became first year high school. Concode. I don't know. But I do like conjob. So header buff size. What's that used for? Is header buff PCK read file. Okay, that's a whole sector. Okay, it reads like one sector, I believe. 2048 bytes is one sector. Where's level header pointer? It's divine here, I believe. There it is. I don't know. There it is. Oh man, it's a quite big structure. I'll clean this up. This was from my transitional period of this game was written from my transitional period from QB64 to C. Wonder what. I can just read the file format spec. It's faster. We could find the file format spec. There, wrong file. There it is. Wait. I don't remember this supporting that stupid GVFS system. I hate GVFS. It's not very compatible. Okay. Rename that to its size. Music number. Observe. Oh, substructs. That's something I have not used in a long time. Substructs. Level flags. This one. Have you not heard of my PS1 programming tutorial series on my website? So you could also find a link to it on the PSX Dev forums apparently, which appears as the first search result instead of my website. But my website does appear as a second result. Yeah, it has sectors, this engine. This 2D engine. It's the sectors, if I remember correctly, use that to define hotspots or areas you want to modify. But I don't think I went as far as being able to modify areas. But the sectors usually are used to do triggers, like dialogue or doors. I think this should be made a pointer and then just adjust it after. Yeah, it also has like a text. I'll just add comments on it later. Well, it would be kind of neat to. It would be kind of neat if I think I could just replace this with a C vector. What does a clear construct look like? Yeah, I could use a C vector on this. And howdy Blob, I haven't seen you in a while. Well, the stir video formats are documented, but I'm not really interested on playing that. I wanted to make my own format. I still haven't figured out how the macro block encoding works, but I've made a little bit of progress. It doesn't look, my recent research doesn't look as corrupted, but like corrupted blocks anymore, but it's still a bit busted. The colors are wrong because I fed the macro block data at an incorrect alignment. I fixed that, it improved a bit. Still need more research. I haven't really found much time. What's the format of the oh yeah, these pointers are the team datas. I think you can read them as Not sure, maybe just more compact, or maybe I'll just copy the stir format. The stir format is not necessarily for videos only, it's general purpose streaming data. Any streaming data with interleave or with or without interleaved XA audio, stir is meant for. I mean, I've seen stir files that were used for like XA audio only. I've seen stir files that only contain like data streams that are not video. Imagine you could use like the stir format to do like I think it's done in like the PS1 version of Need for Speed 3, where it interleaves like car models into the XA audio stream, so that whilst you're browsing the menus, it can load like cars slowly, but it would still play music without having to use sequence, having to use like a sequenced music stream, music file. I think I can get this going. I'm just concerned with like adapting it to work on CD. Maybe later, because this format's not really, well, it sort of is, but let me see. But how it did was it loaded. I could do it. Just have to load the whole thing and then back up the header to a persistent variable, and then back up the header to a persistent variable, and then once the textures and then the sprite and sector entry arrays have been backed up, just clear it. A lot of games tend load things like they load the whole file into memory at once and then just parse it from there, because it's faster than doing read stop read stop read stop. Because it's slower that way. A continuous data stream is fast. Howdy Nitro Yosh. I think this is the first time you've actually attended one of my streams. Howdy. I believe you're one of the first to actually, I don't remember now, but something to do with like learning the GTE directly. Very few people actually bother to learn the GTE. I have to cover that in my tutorial series at some point. My tutorials aren't very big yet, but it should get you started. I mean, it teaches you how to do like the graphics init stuff I did it earlier, as well as graphics init, and then a couple more things. What else I forgot? Yeah, graphics init, handling controllers. I have yet to write how to do like fixed integer math, fractional arithmetic without using floats. It's the scroll modes. There's two. This one's rather inefficient. I could have just used a bit field for this. And does his tutorial use libgs instead of actually using just libgpu? The reason why I lean towards using libgpu instead of using libgs is because if you use libgpu, there's a lot less overhead. Using libgs actually eats like 200 kilobytes worth of RAM, and the PS1 only has like 2 megs of RAM, so several hundred kilobytes will be a lifesaver. No, I'm not a licensed developer. I'm just a dweeb that just dabbled into PS1 programming. Fox died. Snake! Liquid! I did play through Metal Gear Solid. Beat it. No, it's like a higher level. No, libgs is a higher level abstraction of libgpu. I won't be surprised if it depends on libgpu in the first place. As far as I think it was made by libSn. I don't know, by SN Systems actually. So unfortunately, I don't think I can get the level editor for this working. I, I suppose you could like make a converter that uses like tileds that takes tileds format and then converts it to this one. My editor for this was quite neat because it had like I mean like you could like type in your type. I don't remember if you could type in like a script in it, like for the dialogue script. Not really big into Metal Gear Solid, but I liked it. I appreciate the series. The tile animation modes. I don't think that's ever used. I don't think I ever used that or ever implemented it. The problem with using libgs is it will only work. Is that it uses the TMD model format, and then the converters for it are like DOS only. Like RSD link is DOS only. I think Scarlet did start with libgs and then I was able to separate it. I don't remember. Maybe I was like pure libgpu, just libgpu, and I was like working on Scarlet. Also, the advantage if you like start using your own file formats is that it's portable. Yeah, you should be able to port it to PSn00bSDK if it doesn't depend on functions that are not yet supported on PSn00bSDK. Yeah, this one's was not used. The animation mode list. I'll have to compare if it's present in the actual file format or not. Yeah, it is present in the file format. So yeah, there's a nicely updated header block blockman. Yeah, the problem with libgs, in my experience, was that it's too high level. It abstracts things, and then which would actually get in the way when you're like trying to do more advanced things. I'll just try to compile but not run yet. Why don't I just shut off my Trinitron? I'm not running anything yet. I have a video capture going. See if the structs are like defined properly. Howdy. Argentina, that's US, isn't it? No? Argentina, corned beef. Yeah, there's actually a brand here. Marilyn. It's in libgt, the C vector. So that's why, even if I'm not using the GT, I still include that because some structs it still provides handy structs like C vector, which doesn't necessarily need the GTE. use of GE, but I forgot to rename it GE. Just call it animal. Nicely formatted in the. Should I do it like that? Oh, they're small enough. Ah. Oh, I don't know. My know-how in geography is not exactly the best. All right, builds. So, wait a sec. I need to do a bathroom break. I'll be back in a moment. Hang on. Frame rate seems to have gotten low a bit. I don't know. Window capture is a bit weird in like Linux. So here I brought with me. That's interesting. I brought me my first retro brighted item ever. This was yellow as hell when I got it from that haul, but it's now like brand new. There's some stains on it. It's not fully retro brighted, but it hasn't been sunny here for a while. This one, it's nice. It was very yellow when I got it. I had to replace the cable on it because the original one has been gnawed by like rats and doesn't really work, or I don't think so. That mouse works, but turns out I need to replace one of the buttons inside. No problem. You can just take one from like a newer mouse that's junk. I found the I found the stuff needed to do that. It's called Hydrox, Collage Hydrox. It's used for like hair. It's a cream, but it does the job. It was very yellow when I got it. I'm gonna do that to my Anbon mouse once things get sunny here. Lately it's been rainy. I know, been cloudy. So I think I need to. I think it should have been named Game, not Graph. Never mind. I'll just fix it later. And then I have another function, unload level. I'm going to use dynamically allocated buffers. Alright. Part of me wants to keep things yellow just to just to emphasize how old it is, but unyellowing yellowed plastics is kind of neat because it makes it look like brand new again. I need to get some clean film before I like start unyellowing front panels. What to do? Yeah, I need to make a level head. Make it a dynamically allocated structure. What's the name of that? Yeah, just call it level head. A lot of things usually call it head. Okay, I need to create a temporary load file function. I'm gonna use the fancy schmancy PC drive functions of my noob ROM, which is actually better than Kiteless PC drive because you could actually write to the host system. So you could like do things like write a save file from the memory card to your host system's hard disk, or save a screenshot by writing it directly to your host system, writing the screenshot file to your host system. And you could query directories and other fancy things. I don't think Kiteless supported find next functions. And Nubrom also supports standard in, so you can have like a terminal input. For load file, I think I need to do file descriptor open file name. Yeah, NoobROM will work. You can see NoobROM is running on an Explorer. Actually, PC Drive only works on Explorers because I haven't implemented PC Drive over serial. Besides, PC Drive over parallel is most preferred because it's faster. Oh yeah, I need to. I forgot the definitions for like the read modes, so I have to look up. Also, in the past, if you've observed me getting really angry at like the PS1 homebrew in general, that's just honestly that's just the effect of me getting tired from having worked on the platform for so long, and that's why I wanted to diversify. Because when I get tired on something, I start to get angry and starting to expect more. So I have to stay away for it for a while, take a break, play around with DOS stuff. You know, I'll come back to PS1 stuff. I still have plans to do things on PS1. I just feel like because I've been working on it for like nearly 10 years, if not 10 years, 7 or 8 years I've been working on it. There's no doubt that you get quite tired by that point, and you want to start looking into something new. Where was it? I think it was in the kernel? No, I haven't tested all of these actually. I think it's in standard IO or file H. File control. There it is. Fread. Because this is not like the Linux convention. It's a bit more older. When I write error messages, I always like saying I cannot find inspired by like Ken's error messages when you like omit files from like Ken's labyrinth. I'm not sure what programming pattern I use. I cannot describe it very well, or I don't know how to describe it really. I think if FD is I need to look up my documentation, I guess. so much to keep track of, you tend to forget things. Or I just wanted to make sure. LibreOffice. Naturally, my PSn00bSDK video gained views a lot more rapidly than the libretto video. I would not be surprised if my libretto video is one of the very few videos that feature a Toshiba libretto that actually like profiles the system, covering it extensively, pointing out its neat features and shortcomings. I'm a very technical sort. No, I don't have the standard I/O reference documented yet. Oh well, I'll just assume if it's -1. I think it's -1. If it is, yeah, if it's 0 and 1, that's standard in, standard out. If it's negative, it's file error. Yeah, I don't like the sorry error screens, but I like that I cannot find the error messages as a file not found. I don't mind that. Because at least it tells you what went wrong. I cannot find, so that's like a more human way to describe file not found. Then I need to include like a FCNTL, I think. I'll organize this later. I think it's in standard I/O, the open function. No, it's in standard lib. No, it's in PSX API. Ah, here it is. I think it might be here. There it is. So I rip that as a. Oh, I already have a second window here. That's a reference for the old game code. Yeah, you can do like fancy stuff with these. Like you can like add your own devices to the kernel. Like you could like make a SD device if you have like managed to install a SD card interface. So what I need to do is, if it's successful, it will seek to the end of file. Seems I use int rather than unsigned int. No, that's normal. Oh, by the way, New Brom's PC drive feature actually has nice features like checksumming, make sure data being exchanged is correct. Oh no, the return value should be a pointer. There we go. Because it will return a memory buffer. If it's I think it's tel. There should be a tel function. No, there's no tel. Right. Hmm. Hmm. How can I determine the end of file? Let me see the no cache docs. Hmm. Well, unsigned is only a problem if you're gonna handle like negative values. But since I know for sure that the values have defined in the header struct are never gonna go negative, I'm gonna use unsigned. Well, it doesn't hurt to make it unsigned if the value never goes negative. I need to open up another browser window. There's no tel function. I don't think there's a tel function. File functions. Oh, there's a bug with that definition. It should be signed, the seek, because it should be able to take like a relative offset. I can retrieve the location. There's a struct here. The FCB. The file control buffers are at a fixed location. My idea is to fetch the. I think it's the file post. Yeah, the file post there. I'm gonna retrieve it directly from kernel space. Oh, why did I do that? There, that's my solution of a tel function. Should be. I'll call it tel. I'm gonna add this to the SDK actually. So where is that file control blocks located at? I have the no cache PSX specs on the other window. On the other monitor. BIOS RAM map. There it is. It's at 00140. It's fixed. So I can just define. Oh, I need to include PSX API. No, it should be here. the trick here is simply to return file post, I think it's called. There we go. We got now ourselves a ftel function. So debug text. Then I hope you can get that MDA circuit, because I would love to get a working. I would like to try and have an MDA card in like one of my development systems, so that I can like debug my random magical girl engine on like an older system that doesn't run in T4. Because to others coming along this stream, it was actually not uncommon for like development environments like Borland Turbo C or Open Watcom to support an MDA card as a secondary monitor. How it would work is that your program will your DOS application will appear in the VGA monitor or whatever color display you have installed in your system. But the debug monitor will the debugger interface will appear on the second monochrome monitor. That way you can debug your graphics application effectively. Alright, how the nonsensical fox shenanigans? I don't know, I guess thanks. Pardon me if I've ever acted like a bit spiteful, but that's just the effect of getting tired of working on the PS1, because I've been working on this for so many years. It gets a bit tiring. That's why I've been diversifying to like other platforms like DOS. And seek back to the top. And then it should, I'm gonna malloc a buffer. This uses my own malloc. The malloc routine, dynamic memory allocation routines are actually my own making, because the one in the BIOS is actually bugged, or there's like a subtle bug that will cause like that results in like memory leaks in certain criteria. So it will create a buffer. Read FD. I need to do this. I don't need a underscore there. Okay, we now have a load file function. So on load level, it will allocate the header struct. In the original Marilyn game, it does not use dynamic memory allocation at all, because I wasn't really familiar with it yet, and well, that resulted in things looking quite messy. No, malloc 3 is fine, but that's provided by the Sony libraries. But this one is this PSn00bSDK. It's my own implementation. Basically, the default memory management functions in PSn00bSDK is its equivalent of malloc 3. It's a very simple allocator, but it should be quite robust and reliable. Then, what next is load the I want to see if PC drive is going to work properly here. If I had the space and better capture hardware, I'd like to do like some programming streams with like the Pentium noob machine I have. Maybe when working on Fart Maker or the Magical Girl game. Well, this will just be for testing if PC drives are gonna work. So I just need console output. I need to define this in here. Okay, we're gonna get level loading working. It's called old tested MLB. Make. Oh, great. Oh, okay. Supposed to be that. Then implicit, I need to put malloc. Standard IO, and then there we go. Now I forgot to put the PC drive device name. Alright. You're supposed to prefix it with PC drive. I forgot that. I'll just do it that so it'll be relative to current working directory. Oh great, we got. Oh great, there's bugs. I think my nobrom firmware does not set the new file offset on Seek. I'm sure it's supported. Oh great. Let me try again. Let me check noob ROM. Oversight, I think. I think it's called there. Close, read, right. Oh, it does update the IOB. Is there seek? Oh great, we got a problem here. It's the stupid kernel. No, there's a file size field. I think it fills that. Or I have to update the protocol to fill that. There it is. Get file size. I'll just tap directly to that variable. Great, the music made it louder. Stupid. I have to go out there and turn it down. PC drive, the BIOS file facilities are just dodgy in PS1 land. The BIOS is really dodgy. How did it get that? Is it just random corrupt values? Alright, I thought I've tested this before. Address there is correct. There is really a file size block. Let me see XPCOM source. Maybe it's busted there. Because when you open a file, it will actually get the... will actually... yeah, will initialize the IOBs. Format of the struct's familiar too. Great, I guess this... I think in Kitela there's also no way to get like the full file the file size of a file on PC side very easily. And it's even worse in some way. Let me look at XPCOMs. How does it work? Hasn't erased that old level file yet. XPCOMs PC drive. Yeah, it will send the file size. Stat file name fs. It will send it. And it was working. I tested it before. Maybe is the camera still working? Yep, it's still working. Where did I put that? There it is. It's still returning a wrong, and then there's also a missing string, I think. The error message. There, I forgot to specify. If they break stat, that would be really annoying. Just to make sure. It's not retrieving the correct file size value for some reason, even though it's supposed to be transmitting it. 4-byte length, and my Explorer transmit and receive functions have like parity checking with transparent auto retry. Or maybe I've set the offset wrong. Let's see. Right, I've been held back by my own work. Something dodgy. And I'm also gonna flash no brom this cartridge. Where's the structure of the file control block here? There it is. So that's flags, unit, transfer address, transfer length, current file position, device flags, error, pointer to DCB, file size, logical block number, file control block number. So it's correct. Maybe it's my struct here. Great. Stupid music in the background. I guess I can see the benefits of living on your own. Oh, that's correct. Why is it setting it to -1? I have a feeling the BIOS is setting it to a stupid value. Why don't they hard code it in the new ROM firmware? Just for debugging's sake. I think that was the file size. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna flash it. This is one thing that I don't think is really supported. I don't know if Unirom supports this too. Could flash it. Yeah, self-flashing. Don't set that to PAL, otherwise it will break. It will break it because it will not, unless I plug it to my newer units. Explore on, explore. Oh yeah, this one has that weird hack that does force interlaced video that doesn't really work quite right. Games just crash. No, it's the BIOS doing something very stupid with the I/O control blocks, with the file control blocks. It's doing something stupid. It's setting it to a negative value. Stupid. What is setting it to a negative value? I'll have to look at that reverse engineered BIOS. Where is it? It's called... There it is. It's not the open BIOS thing that Nicholas Noble worked on. File IO. Boot up. Standard IO. SX open. Well, it already sets the flags in offset 0. Device open file, file name, file block, file name. Split file path and device. Well, it doesn't appear to alter. The BIOS open function just simply calls, first it deciphers the device name and selects that DCB, calls the open function from that DCB, and then it simply sets the offset 0 and then returns the file control block, file handle number. I'll be back in a moment. I need a bathroom break. I think the stack got trashed somehow. I'll check new ROM some more. I have a suspicion the A0 pointer got trashed by something, but I've saved that to stack. And it's writing the file value somewhere else. Or I could trash noobrom and then see the registers. I could do that. Do something that's stupid just to debug something. Yeah, great. This crappy composite cable doesn't work right. I'm surrounded with horrible cables. On my TV at least. Everyone only sells low quality cables. No shops sell good quality cables. I'll just use this one that came out of the new Megavision we bought. There we go. So, I'll just put some yeah, it saves a 0 at 4. That's the IOB pointer. Let's see here. Actually, there's only 2 parameters. There's only 2 arguments. There's no mode. Okay, I'll put something here that will trash NoobROM as it gets the file size value. See if it's receiving the value correctly. How you trash the PS1, you can do it like this. Load the word with an odd address. That's enough to trash it. So grateful I implemented built-in flashing. Okay. I thought there's no file mode. Well, that didn't work even though I turned on exception. No, it's a mess. I cannot even debug it myself. It doesn't work. Yeah, the file mode is like... I don't think there is a file mode. There's no file mode. There is in the file flags. So I'll have to get it through the DCB flags. Wait, the stream was supposed to be about advancing Marilyn. I know, rewriting Marilyn to PSn00bSDK became debugging NoobROM instead. Yes. Is it device type in file system mode? Yeah, it's in file system mode. Yeah, I can get the file mode through the flag struct. So in file mode, should be A0 IOB flags address A0 from register 0 A0. Here we go. Wait, have I already removed the crashing thing? IOB control error code. No, don't turn it on. That doesn't work. Set home screen to no. Okay, now it's working. Okay, where did it crash? 1F00 1018. That's in the ROM. There should be a listing file that Yeah, this one. F001018. Crash there. Oh, it's there. There's the crash. Still there. The crasher. Why at SP? I meant R0. Oh, but this might give hints insight. 86A0, what's that in decimal? Or rather in V0, F000. Okay. It's actually F000. Yeah, that's the file size I've been looking for. So it is receiving it properly. But why when I try to fetch it from the struct, it's not getting the correct value? At least that's however, I did not restore that. Because as far as I'm aware, read reg rom. Read reg should not touch the it's over here. There it is. Yeah, it does not use A0. Okay, no need to set those. But it's just the head. Okay. Right, I'm starting to get hungry. Reflash. And then yeah, it's still negative. Maybe it's it's my address is not correct. It's hard to know for sure because I can't really browse memory. Well, I could put my memory browser in. Not really sure if it's because my address is wrong or it's a bug in my ROM firmware. I'm pretty sure it's not a bug in my ROM firmware. Maybe I have to search for the FD number? Let me see. Well, that would be really dumb of me if I had to search for the correct number entry in the FCB area. Where's that? There it is. Yeah, there's an FCB num at the end. So, I guess I'll have to like how many Nope, still the same. Something is being stupid with I'm not even using like seek functions anymore, so it's only open that gets executed. Ugh. Oh yeah, there's like definition here. No, that's fine. It's just struct. Try not. Nope, it's still -1 that's being returned back. -1 appears as that when I was returning the correct value when I crashed it. BIOS does stupid things. Because what I want to do is just have a function that just loads the whole file into memory. And that just halted everything down. This is really annoying now. Oh. It does not get the correct file size. For whatever reason, it gets overwritten by a random value. Oh, no, it gets written with -1. Or that's what I think -1 looks like when it is unsigned integer. But generally it looks incorrect. Just select that name. Yeah, it seems to be a random value that was written to it. Great, the whole stream's ruined because of a stupid BIOS. Or maybe my incompetent programming. I was hoping to get the tile rendering engine done in this stream, or at least functioning. But I guess not, because I cannot load the damn file properly. I cannot get the file size, even though it's receiving the file size. Let me do that again with the crashing. No, I don't think Kitla does these things. It's sort of a partial implementation of PC drive. What I want to do is retrieve when I open the file, I retrieve its file size, and then so that I can allocate a buffer for it and then load the file at that exact amount of bytes to read. I'm gonna try crashing Nubrom again. Ah, it crashed. It's because it was loading it in address 0 and I wasn't in flash mode. Because it ignores the address parameter. Okay, there. A0 is at 86A0. That is not in the list of file control blocks. That's not the address of the file control blocks. Or not the region where file control blocks are. It's at 140, but the address here is displayed there is at 86A0. Am I loading the correct value in? Why is it at 86A0? I'm pretty sure the first argument is supposed to be one of the file control blocks in the earlier in the kernel. Let me verify if that's not stack corruption or whatever. I don't remember how I did it on, like, I think I did that seek and then tell, seek to end and tell thing with like on Kitla, but but I used like the break opcode method, which I also plan to implement on this too. Yeah, it's not set to explore mode. There we go. Why is it at 86A0? That's not where the file control blocks are located at. Strange. Now I'm met with like incorrect documentation. Ah no, that's not a location, that's a address list. Yeah, the base address and total size. I'm so silly. It's actually the address, not the there was nothing wrong all along. Dang it. Well, I've wasted so much time trying to chase a wild goose chase. Actually, it's supposed to be this. This would be silly me. That's supposed to be the base address. turns out it's just silly me. The 140 address is actually the location. Actually, apparently the address that I was trying to look for a file control block here is not where the file control blocks are. That's the address and size of where the file control blocks are allocated at. Silly me. That's a load of time I'm not gonna get back. Well, oh well. Then the next one will be the number. And then reflash it. Well, there's a lot of time wasted. I'm gonna try to get the tile rendering engine done before I call it a stream. I don't wanna do that would be a cop out if I do end without even getting like the tile graphics of the original Marilyn game work to draw. It always stumps me. Oh, I forgot to turn on the Explorer modes. And my parser is not correct yet. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is I open a file and then I want to retrieve its file size so I can allocate the amount of memory needed to load that file into the console. But the problem is the ftel method. It's because I could not. Actually, it's supposed to work, right? But the way how I parsed the file control blocks was not correct. So. Yes, things like this sometimes happen when I overlook some things. How certain things work in PS1 land. I think it's because I forgot to compile. This is supposed to work now. No, it's supposed to be... divide by 16. Or is this another address within an address type thing? That would be quite confusing. How did crash override? Well, I've wasted a huge amount of time a while ago trying to find the... trying to find trying to find what's wrong with not being able to retrieve the file size properly. I don't remember if I've implemented a function that actually, let me see at the library source code how I did it. File system, no. File system. I'm sure there was one that was like written in C. I seem to remember, I really forgot how to handle these descriptors. Do this. Oh. Okay, it says FCB found. Oh, it did work now. But I did not set the proper return value. No, yeah, I did not set the return value properly. And I also didn't. So that's why I was. It's my own undoing after all. It was actually working properly. And then it actually loaded. There's a delay. That usually means there's a read file. Return value should be buff. Remove the debug messages. Yep, it's now loading that level file. Now the next step is to load the graphics textures into the TIM images embedded in the file. Yeah, there's a delay now. That's actually loading the file from the PC side. I might have to eat on stream though, because I don't want to cop this out. Well, we could chat or some such while I'm eating, I suppose.
What do you want?
Maybe I'll be back in a moment.
What do you want daw? Sabi ni Ate.
just some talks of like what to eat for lunch. I'm gonna order some chowking, which is good because it'll be easy for me to eat on here. Oh yeah, I already got file loading. That took like what, an hour? Well, at least that goes to show how I debug things. I forgot that that's actually not the pointer to the list. It's supposed to be, and it's the list already. That's actually that address 140 there. That points to a pointer. That points to the actual list of file control blocks. Yeah. One thing I have going for with these smaller streamers like me and High Treason is that, well, we're open, unlike the big ones where they will only respond to your messages if you like donate. I hate that policy. I hate that practice. It's scum to me. It's pure scum. It's not very good. That's not very good. I don't know. That's just my opinion on those matters, really. I just don't like the idea of you have to pay in order to actually ask questions or general conversation with like this person streaming. That's why smaller streamers are more preferable. The big boy ones that have like are not very good because of, I don't know. I just don't like it. Yeah. Let me just catch my breath for a while because I've been like going around with Nubrom source, my SDK source, bunch of header files trying to track down a problem. Alright, I'll try to resume a bit, but shortly I'm gonna need to eat because I'm already quite hungry. And my mind starts to become very fuzzy when I need to eat. I'll just try to read how my old level load routines are. Pointers are not very complicated. Pointers are just memory locations in memory. Like for example, you allocate a block of memory. Malloc returns the pointer to that block of memory you've allocated. It's a memory address of where that block of memory is situated at. So when you allocate a block of memory, you have to keep it persistent. So you have to store it in an address, in a variable defined as a pointer. Put it there, and then you can access that pointer as an array using these square parentheses characters. I don't remember what they're called exactly. But yeah, you can access pointers as like an array like this. You don't really need, if you're not doing low level programming, you don't really have to worry about hard coded addresses very much. Yeah. And then there's always the memory map of the PS1 is documented too. So, alright, it loads the way how I did things before. How I load the level in my old game. First this one loads the level array. It's very crude, this one. So, load level header. There isn't really a way to get the size of a malloc block. You have to store it on another variable. How many bytes you've allocated for that block you've allocated with malloc. So you have like for example my block pointer and then my block size. Arrays in C usually don't have a boundary. You could even overflow it and cause memory corruption if you're not careful. Like you could access an index of an array that's greater than the length of the array and it would cause memory corruption. So you have to think a bit more. It's not like in BASIC where things seem to be automatically handled. It's a bit more down to earth in C. Okay, I already done this. It loads the header. It's only 48 bytes. I'll optimize the loader later. What I want to do now is load the textures. Yeah, here it is. Okay, so we can now do well, for strings, you can easily determine the length of it using strlen, which will count the number of non-terminating characters in a array. But it's not effective if you're dealing with binary data that has null bytes or bytes with a value of 0. Because those bytes are usually used as string terminators. Generally, when you're doing string stuff, you just simply allocate an array that's of the length that you think is enough for all conditions. Like 256 bytes is enough, or 64 for smaller strings. I could ditch having to unload the level header. So I'll just try reading everything directly from the file. Level buff. That's just a matter of this code even shows this was before I learned strcomp. Look at that there. That's horrible. That's stupid. Instead of sterncomp, I just simply check one letter each. It was really crap at like C coding. Well, everyone had to start. Yeah, programmer of PSn00bSDK, he used to write like that. I think that was called the ID array. Here's how you're supposed to do it. Yeah, 3, then if it's not 0. This is ver? Yeah, ver. I think there was only like version 0. I know, version 1. Well, there is libc here, just a sort of subset of libc. It does include most of the most commonly used standard C functions in my SDK. Well, if you're dealing with strings, you don't really need to keep track of its length. You can just use strlen. But if you're dealing with like arrays that contain binary or values that can contain zeros in the middle of the array, you have to either you could hard code the size with a define. That way you can change it very as needed very easily. Oh, this is Nedit. It's an old text editor. It's from the X11 days. That's why it has like that SGI or Unix X11 motif look to it. It will actually fit right at home if you have like a common desktop environment set up. It will adapt to its interface and looks like pure 90s graphical interfaces. I like the 90s interfaces. They actually make sense. I like interfaces now. Okay, let's see if it'll build. Implicit, no problem, just include the string. That's supported here. Well, I have gotten CDE to work in Debian, but it's a little bit dodgy because you're like running an ancient as fuck window manager on a modern X11 thing, and things can get broken. It's perfectly usable, but there's some tools that some things it comes with that don't work right. Uh-oh. No, it's supposed to be. If it fails to load, it'll just free the buffer. There we go. It's included in Debian. You can find there's an edit package that you can just simply install. I think the gamma is a little bit too high on the video capture. I'm just trying it out. PT878 is supposed to look very good, and it does. It can do very good captures. Give me a moment. I need to set it to 10, I think. It should be. Well, Ubuntu is based on Debian, so the software lineup should be identical. Alright. Yeah. I think it's part of the standard set of must-have or something. It's a really simple editor. But it has a syntax highlighter that you can customize using grep syntax. I've made my own here for MIPS R3000. Okay, next step, I need to oh yeah, it has its own entity list. There's a sprite parser here. That'll come in later. Load the needed teams. Yeah, that's how you do it. Here's how you do it the real programmer's way. This part here, how this works, it gets the offset from here, and this offset here is relative to the file offset. So the proper way to do that is like this. You adjust it, that way it'll be very easy to reference later. Why don't they detach that so I can always have that on? I have to keep the, I can make these windows smaller, but I'm keeping it big so it'll be easy to read in the stream. So it's now called FG tiles off. That's the foreground tiles. That's what I wanted. No. These ones I could adjust these. But why not I also make these a pointer too? I'm not sure if this will work if I do this. I'll have to check the addresses. That should fix it. Also, the key when writing good C code is never exceed 80 columns. Even if you have like a really wide screen, it's really nice if you just keep it below 80 columns so that you could have source file here, source file here, source file here. You can easily like divide it vertically later without having to worry about scrolling sideways. Okay, how is this gonna look? Sometimes it does not quit properly. That forgot to make. Okay, I'm gonna verify what if that was calculated properly, so we don't have a problem later. It's 9C4 plus 146A. Oh, there's something not right here. It should be like this. Let me verify once more. Have any of you guys remember War Games DEFCON on the PS1? And I think it was also on PC. Because I think that was a pretty neat game for a licensed title. It's a real-time strategy game. I remember seeing the PC version briefly when my brother was trying it out. It looked very different on the PC, but on the PS1 version it's sort of simplified. You can control your units one at a time. War Games DEFCON. It was like a real-time strategy on PS1. Real-time strategy game, but not really. I think it was dumbed down. I think it was more like an action game, the PS1 version, rather than a strategy game. It's rather odd, but I don't know. It was pretty neat from what I've seen. Looked like a decent game. I'm not sure if it had multiplayer. Dumbed down as in like you can control each individual unit. You didn't really have that many units. The PC version looked like an RTS, like a Warcraft perspective, isometric type deal, but fully 3D. And there's fog. That game also looked pretty good for PS1, if I remember correctly. Okay, now that looks correct. It's supposed to look E1C. Weird. Sometimes, I don't know. It's a bit weird. Yeah, that's the correct address. That one I can now upload to VideoRAM. So I'm gonna make a Vision. Is it real or is it a game? I think that's like another case of like what happened with Dune. You know how it started out as a movie, then it became a video game series of sorts. But still based around the Dune book. Spice must flow. Because War Games was a movie about like some kids getting into like some kind of military nuclear warfare simulator and thinking it's a game, and it isn't. I didn't watch that movie, I only heard of it. I think there's like a stupid timlib file here. Yeah, there it is. Man, I'm smarter than that. Actually, Yulong is not. We need more movies with like synth music. If that some random magical girl thing ever becomes like a sort of mini web series, its soundtrack is definitely going to use the CZ5000 a lot. And maybe the Korg Poly 800. I'm not sure if I'd get that Korg DS8 because I feel like they're asking too much for a pretty beat up unit that doesn't have a working internal battery, so you have to like open it and then replace the battery inside and then load the factory presets in it so I can figure out how it works by looking at the factory presets and tweaking them. What's up with many keyboards not having factory presets that are always in ROM, like the CZ5000? If its internal battery ran out, actually it doesn't really have an internal battery. It has oh, okay. No, something not like Blade Runner. I actually haven't. Oh wait, I actually haven't watched Blade Runner much. But like proper music. I think this is a PSn00bSDK specific, this get tim info function. Why is that a pointer instead of an object? I'm thinking more of when Magical Girl thing gets its cartoon series. I'm thinking of something like the soundtrack of the Raccoons. It's a bit of a shame I never grew up with that cartoon. It never aired here. Vangelis. Let me verify. I just want to make sure it's not gonna just crash and I go on a wild goose chase again. Look at my examples. So this is a texture loader. I could just p-rect and p-adder it. I think there's also a clot. Yeah, that's a rather inefficient looking thing. That's supposed to be... here's a more efficient method of that. In P mode and there we go. It's just mode, I think. There we go. Reset. Set that back to... No, don't turn it on, it's broken. I need to research on that some more. Okay, I think it uploaded the textures. I'm gonna try to draw it as a sprite just to verify it's loading. At least, oh yeah, because MDA runs at 50 Hertz frequency. I don't think many monitors like that frequency. It's progressive scan though, its output. But it's 50 Hertz. I think that 50 Hertz refresh is why they use like high persistence screens so that they don't flicker as bad. It's still yet to draw like... I still yet to draw Bert flying like the Tanuki suit in Mario 3. Bert Raccoon flying with his tail. I think Tanuki is the Japanese name for raccoons there, or it's a mythical, or rather it's a mythical creature that looks like a raccoon, except brown fur. One of the Animal Crossing characters, I think yeah, one of the Animal Crossing characters is a Tanuki. Forgot his name. I'll be back in a moment. Hang on, I'll get my lunch. Got some chowking for lunch. I'll just eat on stream while answering questions and whatnot. While I eat, just to keep things going. I want to get the tile rendering to work before I call this a stream. Also, by the way, this thing I'm doing here, rewriting Marilyn for PSn00bSDK, this will be included as an example demo for the SDK. And possibly you could use it as a template to make your own platformer. Just don't use the Marilyn character in your original project, because that's Nerdman's character. I haven't talked to him in a long time, ever since I turned my back on DeviantArt. Though he wasn't very active anymore by that point. Had more pressing matters to deal with, involving his mother for a while. Chicken laureate. I don't think there's chowking in. I think it's only real. No, I think they've started going international at some point, just like how Jollibee is going international. But not very common yet. But they're trying to spread. Oh, I got 2 spoons. I'll give one back to my mom. Alright. Well, to those who have attended my last stream where I was playing Wind Waker, and then if you still remember me saying that I was going to fix that Asus motherboard that I showed right at the end of it, well, I managed to get it to work. I just replaced the likely incorrect tantalums I put in there with like electrolytes, which should work because they were used for just filtering, and it does work. Now I have a 486 VLB board now. The only problem is I need to find it. I need MIO card for it before I can do anything else with it. Need to recap the GX100 because it's been intermittent. The way it's being intermittent reminds me of my Pentium MMX 233's motherboard before it had a recap. If you haven't used it for a long time, usually it would stop working. Now, I haven't used it in a long while, and I powered it on, still works. So the recap job did fix that. So hopefully that fake board can be repaired by simply recapping. It uses those tiny ones, but they're a common type, 25 volts, 10 microfarad. NOPS. In MIPS land, when you load a value from RAM with a load word instruction, oftentimes you have to put like a delay or another instruction that does not touch that that register that you used to load a value to, because there's a load delay in MIPS architecture. So like for example, I do a load word, load a 32-bit word from an address, and then and then the result will be stored to register V0. You should not touch that V0 register until after another instruction has been executed. So you have to put an instruction that uses a different register or a NOP opcode. For jump instructions, there's a there's a load delay slot where at the end of every jump or branch instruction you have to put either a NOP or some instructions on that delay slot. You could use that to your advantage, like say the add IU instruction you use to push the stack back up. You can put that in the load delay slot. You've probably seen that in the end of that PC drive open function of NoobROM. The GTE also has a similar delay mechanism, but it isn't as tricky because you can still access a GTE register immediately after a command. The CPU will just halt until the GTE completes if you try to access it too early. But to really optimize usage of the GTE, you execute a GTE instruction and then you do other things that are bound on the CPU, like loading values to a register or some such, anything that's bound to the CPU, and then after a certain amount of cycles have passed with your other MISC instructions doing something else while the GTE is supposedly still busy, you can now fetch the values. That way the CPU will not stall and it'll just keep going. The key to optimizing GTE usage is to not let the CPU stall. Well, the stalling only really halts the CPU until the GTE finishes. Yeah, more or less. Like for example, you've loaded a value to register V0. You can then load another value to register V1, and that will work. And then immediately after that, you can use the V0 register. So you can also use another load opcode as a delay slot, which is handy if you're like loading a series of words from like RAM. Load it to V0, load it to V1, etc. I've yet to disassemble some of the graphics routines and like some very, very graphically intense PS1 games. How to see how they optimize the hell out of GTE usage. You can still use the GTE through C because there's C macros for it. But to really do fine-grained optimization of the GTE, you have to really do it in assembly, because it's hard to optimize how the instructions are generated with the C compiler. Modern GCC is most likely a lot better at optimizing MIPS code now than it was back in the PS1 days. If you want, back then, if you want to if you want to compile highly optimized C code, if you want to compile, if you want to generate highly optimized MIPS executables, you have to use MIPS Pro, which is an SGI thing. But MIPS Pro is very expensive. There is one SDK for the PS1 that one version of the official SDK that did use MIPS Pro, and that was the Code Warrior version. It has a MIPS Pro compiler, but you cannot use it with a command line. It can only be called within the IDE, which is annoying. You don't really need MIPS Pro anymore. UCC can probably keep up with optimizing MIPS now. Yeah, Treason, if you're still on the stream or some such, does your Xeon workstation have any PCI slots? Though I doubt it. Because usually Haswell systems are already dropping like PCI slots. Because if it does have PCI slots, why not try to use the BT878 on it? There's a driver for it that you can use on modern Windows 10 that might work with it. It's called Descaler. Or I've been told. I haven't tried it myself because I don't really have any Windows 10 systems running. Because if you can stuff a BT878 there and make it work, I suppose you can at least stream some console stuff with that again. What I'm meaning is you use the BT878, a BT878 based capture card to capture consoles, so you can at least stream again or so. You just can't really capture VGA sources, which is what you're most likely after for video projects. Alright, fair enough. Probably be easier to set up too anyway. Need to improve my capture setup at some point. Decided not to go with a not very intense noob, but the advantage of the not very intensity noob is that it'll work in Linux out of the box. The StarTex, I'm skeptical if they work in Linux, because usually the drivers for that the capture chips that those use are closed and only really target Windows. It's like the AverMedia Live Gamer devices. There's no Linux support for them, or if it does, it's very limited. Which figures, because Linux is not really synonymous with like gaming. You can game in Linux, it's just that most games don't really target it. And it requires quite a bit of work if you're like trying to make a Win32 game work in Linux. People have managed to get Doom 2016 to run exceptionally well under Linux using like with Vulkan. I don't think I can do it on this workstation since workstation is not really adept at Vulkan, because I think the Quadro 4000's driver for the driver for the Quadro 4000 doesn't support it. There are some games on Steam that are actually Linux compatible, like Freedom Planet actually works in Linux. Undertale of all games will also work in Linux. Team Fortress 2 I believe will also work in Linux. Yeah, it does work in Linux. I've had it run on it before. That's snappy. What's the maximum transfer rate of like parallel port in? Is it ECP mode or EPP mode that can do like I think 1 megabyte per second if you take full advantage of it using with DMA transfer acceleration? Because I think 1 megabyte per second is already should be quick enough to get decent video stream, I think. Maybe at 320 by 240, but you can at least get full frame rate with 1 megabyte per second, or maybe if you have like onboard compression. I don't know how many. I think it's like how many megabytes a raw YUV 422 piece video frame. How big it is on that comes out of like that comes out of the BT878. I think it's like I know for sure it could like do 25 megabytes per second. Each second of uncompressed video is 25 megabytes per second. 3.7 meg. I think that might be pretty fast already. If there was ever a capture device that took advantage of like ECP mode DMA transfers, it should be able to do decent video capture. Oh yeah, I forgot. ISA bus, I think it has a maximum data rate of like 8 megabytes per second. And then your WinTV Celebrity struggles with it. At least when it comes to capturing. Oh. I'm still unsure how that one version of like the one of the PS1 development units where it's like, I forgot the number of it. I think it was like the DTL H220 or 1400 or so. It's just this gray box with like some LEDs and then some switches in the front, and it has a network port at the back. And then how you interface to it, you connect to it through your network, and then to get video from it, you use like a applet that would receive the video, that would like stream video from that unit to your SGI workstation. I don't think those were very good because you can't get, I don't imagine you can do full frame rate with that. I'm not sure though. Maybe it's using video compression before it transmits it down the network. There are like 4 PS1 guts in that thing, or 4 logical PS1s in that thing, I think. So you could have like 4 programmers use it at the same time, developing for the PS1. The DT, my H2000. Well, I haven't used it in years. It's just sitting there. Because my SDK doesn't really work with it yet. But there are efforts going on that they're trying to figure out how it works, and then possibly write a Linux driver for it. Nicholas Noble is one of the guys who are gonna try to do that. I don't think that sending like X11 draw commands, I don't think that will work very well. It had to be like a MPEG video stream of some kind, or some proprietary codec. However, once the H2000 has been cracked, I'm gonna make my SDK work with it, and then therefore my H2000 will be useful again. The H2000 is weird in the way how you interface with it, because the way how you talk to it, it behaves more like a SCSI controller than anything else. You communicate with it with SCSI packets. I think it resembles an NCR controller, the way it works. An NCR controller that lives at like address 1340, interrupt 10. It's a shame the only people who have those deep target boxes. I think that's what it's called. It's a TTL target box of some type. It's a shame they usually wound up in like useless collector hoarders who don't really turn them on to see what they do or figure out how they work. So that's gonna remain a mystery, and unless one stumbles upon one that isn't a collector hoarder. In fact, I believe I'm the only one on YouTube who has made like a proper how to set up a DTLH 2000 video, detailing everything from. It's a bit kludgy because it's an old pretty early video of mine. It's a bit clunky, but it does tell you everything you need to set one up. Yeah, the Sega CD dev units did use SCSI as communication. A lot of development units use SCSI. I think the Saturn development unit also communicated through SCSI. Oh great, I got gravy on my pants. Puchi, that's what you call these. GDI over TCP, so it's sort of like X11 over TCP then. Or I think it's what it's called X11 forwarding, where the client runs a window manager, the server doesn't really run a window manager, but if you try to run a graphical application on the server, a remote server, it will appear in your desktop as if it's running on there, but it's actually running on a remote system. SCSI, the USB of the 1980s and 1990s. And it really is, because SCSI had like fancy features like being able to boot from a SCSI drive. long before USB booting was a thing. It could be used for all sorts of peripherals. Other than like disk drives, you could use them for scanners or driving anything really. I like the proposed term of sexy. Before it was gonna they wanted to call it sexy or something. It's because it's stuck instead. Sexy. PCMCIA sounds like, speaking of like acronyms, PCMCIA sounds like something some undercover government agency type deal or something. I do agree though, SCSI sounds a lot better than USB. Not looking forward to how much I'm gonna pay for a Mayo card for that 486 DX2 once I get around to, once it's time for like this the buying spree next month. I'm buying a new VGA card for the 386SX because the Realtek I have is a bit dodgy and it's causing the leading technologies 386SX to lose its IDE when you hook up there lose its onboard IDE. But I'm gonna upgrade that system to SCSI and SCSI so it'll have to provide provision to add external drives like a CD-ROM drive or something, so I could play Wheelie Beamish on it or some such. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Well, I'm doing C programming work anyway. That's the whole point of my streams, just to chat and ask questions, really. So yeah, see you later, Char, or CH. Hopefully I'll get this tile rendering done before I call this stream. This is like, I think this, how many times have I eaten on stream? I think this is the second one. The first one being, first one was when I was like, oh yeah, when I was doing the first Wind Waker stream. There is actually a thing on Twitch where it's just stream your eating. That's actually a thing on Twitch apparently. Where you just stream themselves eating, talking with their audience, like pretty much like this. Except this one is more like a break time. Well, the camera hasn't done that ding 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 thing like what happened in the last stream. Sign of the rotary mode selector going naff. Seems to behave itself now. wonder if there's like a third-party like mic attachment that you could attach on that shoe that looks like a reverse shoe, but there's like contacts there hidden underneath the door. I wonder if there's one that adds where you could attach like a better microphone to it, because it's the only downside with the TR. One of the other major downsides of the TRV820, aside from having a single CCD, is the microphone is not very good. The VX1000's microphone is really good. Some of the best camera mics I've ever heard. Alright, I'm almost done. I'm gonna head off to drink some water. I'll be back. I need to drink some water. Alright, back to work. Also not meaning to like sound like I'm the best of the of everyone. To me, I feel like, you know, those big channels, for some reason to me they sort of lose their honesty as they get more their format becomes more mainstream. I don't know, I get a vibe that they've lost some kind. They're basically, the smaller channels tend to be the most honest, while the big ones tend to be the least sometimes. Not all the time, but you sort of get a vibe that they seem to be a little less honest, like they're hiding something. I get that vibe with some bigger channels. Oh man, I cannot put it there because of that stupid line on the screen. I don't want to spend too much on LCD panels, that's why I'm inquiring to get the 21-inch tube monitor if it's possible. So oh yeah. Oh yeah, it's a problem when you're a partner or like part of an MCN. You gotta be sterile as fuck, even though it'll make you look a bit suspicious because you look too nice or something. I think you've went on with that before, where they look too nice, they act too nice, like they're trying to hide something. Yeah, they seem paranoid or ultra careful. Big small channels like me who don't really earn anything uh, from YouTube, because this is just a hobby to me. Tend to be the most honest. There's nothing at stake really. I can swear all I want. I can make fun all I want. I'm surprised no one has gotten mad about my that joke in the end of near the end of my libretto stream where I made a mock-up of what a silent review would look like. You know, I had socks on as gloves. I'm surprised no one's got mad at that yet. In fact, it's even appreciated. I don't know. I thought I have expected people to get mad at that or something, because that's the norm type thing. That's what many people who are a bit chicken with their identity tend to usually do on YouTube, and everyone pass it off as like normal, and then me making fun of it might make them mad. Apparently not the case. I like doing things like that, mainly to drive away idiot viewers. I seem to have very few idiot viewers from my comments. Very rarely I get stupid comments, so I guess that format's working. Because once they see me being vulgar, they being vulgar and making fun of things, they will just close the video. It's a self-defense mechanism in my mind, really. Alright, okay, where next? Ah yeah, I need to... no, I did not load the texture yet. Should be... Okay, back to work. That one will return a dim image struct, which would be handy to keep persistent, so you have a fix of where it's loaded. Level FG10. I'm a bit clumsy today with coding. Yeah, I'll just change the longs with ints, because the problem with using long in modern GCC is that I think it's interpreted as a 64-bit integer nowadays. Before, long was 32-bit, but now long is 64-bit. Though I think 64-bit systems already existed in the 90s, like some of the bigger SGI systems with like MIP64 processors. Pardon me. There's not much need to do 64-bit integers on PS1 unless you're like doing super fixed point math. Okay, will that work without crashing the console? Okay, it works. Just green screens. But is there that delay where... No, there's no not found error, so this worked. Okay. Next step, I need to draw that as a sprite. So that's when I need to set up like I think I should move these to graph C. Oh great, I think I need to go to the toilet soon. Bowel movement's coming. When I first loaded this homebrew for the first time in many years, I got that I think I already mentioned it in the video, but I got that feeling where it just reminded me how far I've gone really. I've come a long way, PS1 homebrew. These will be externs. Oh great, it's coming now. I have to be back. I need to go to the toilet. Alright, I'm gonna see about drawing the tin to confirm if it's working properly. I keep forgetting to close the door. There. Okay, graph will be there. Then graph in it. There, graph display. Okay, it still works. So I'm gonna load level. Okay, go to globe reference this one, so I could oops. So okay, you need to create packet buffers. I think 32 kilobytes is enough. Define OT len. 8 ordering table entries is enough. 2 ordering table arrays, and then this should be called prybuff because it's a primitive buffer. Basically just one big memory buffer where you stuff your drawing packets to, or some such. And then a pointer next pry, which will be used to keep track of where the next primitive should be stored to. No, should be that, then clear the ordering tables. Now from here you can now draw. Uh. 15-bit RGB. I suppose that's why the WinTV Celebrity had like a onboard encoder to compress it to just enough to make it manageable on the ISA bus. Wasn't it actually capable of capturing full standard def resolution? Once you compress it with like whatever codec the Celebrity encodes to, its onboard codec. I remember you saying it can do full resolution at full frame rate if you're using hardware compression. Draw tag. I don't remember if you have to specify the end. Like that. You have to look at because my memory is a bit fuzzy on this. I wanted to make sure. Yeah, you have to do it like that. So then this one. But isn't that card sensitive to like non-standard ISA buses? Like it really wants like an 8 MHz ISA bus. Otherwise it doesn't work. Yeah, it's Aura, the codec. Oh yeah, because it uses like hardware chroma keying. So it's totally lag free because it just intercepts the VGA signal. It's all pure hardware. Something that the newer PCI cards can't really do. There's still a bit of, you can get the latency down, but there's still a bit of latency. What will happen if you do it like this? Something just occurred to me, an optimization trick. Start drawing before VSync. That might actually yield an improvement. I did not realize that. I'll have to test if it will work. No, it will not work because the drawing environment will be wrong. So it had to be over here instead. And then if you do it there, if you set the draw environment before the VSync, the problem is you'll see the new frame being drawn on the frame being displayed when the VSync lags. Something like that. So I guess that's really the best you could do. I wonder if there's ever been a television program that was edited on PCs using very obscure but very powerful video hardware. Something like a video toaster, but for IBM PC compatible systems. I don't imagine they're quite common. I don't think so. I think the video toaster remained king until PC started overshadowing the Amiga. Okay, now to see if this will work without crashing. Okay. No compile errors, it's nice. Oh, I forgot to restart the console. The 3500 makes a click from the optical pickup whenever you restart it. Okay, it doesn't crash. Can I draw a primitive? I need to update. I forgot to put the expri. Wrong file. Close that. Okay, here's how you draw a primitive. I think first I'm gonna use it. I'll just use a tile to draw a rectangle. The tile primitive to me is misleading because it just draws like a untextured square. Here's how you composite a primitive together. $200. These are using macros to populate the fields of the primitive. Primitive package is just a tiny struct really. It tells, it's an instruction of the GPU. It has a command word that also has the point that also it has like a ordering table tag that has like the length of the primitive and then the pointer to the next primitive. And follow that is a command byte, and then the rest are the arguments for that command byte, and their variable size depending on the size of the whole packet varies depending on the command. So we'll make a yellow square, so it's 255 for red, 0, 255 for blue. I don't know, it should be 2550, otherwise that would be a magenta box. Then register that to the ordering table. First entry, rect. And there, you should draw a square. Oh, great. I don't have it in the header yet. Not add prim. That basically chains it into the ordering table list. Thought I have an expry. Apparently not. I guess I'll have to define it here then. Okay, I'm gonna run this. Should get a yellow square. There we go, we got a yellow square. Hopefully not one that lives under the sea. Okay, that's how now I need to turn that into a sprite primitive. And then also create a DRT page, so we could change the texture page to I think for T page you do, I know you have to sort it after. It's reverse in the way how it's parsed. The last item sorted will be the first to be processed, something like that. So T page is going to be expry. I don't think Demigod X has talked here before, earlier when the stream started, but I think I've seen him in past streams already. So I think it's a set D page. I'll just load up my library reference just to make sure it's correct. graphics library, macros. There used to be a macro in Davao City, but now it's been bought by SM. Now there's like a Save More building in front of the old macro warehouse. For some reason as a kid I always like to call it macro bent. There it is. I know, set T page. Set draw T page. Okay, so that was this. Okay, I need to set T page primitive, 1 for 8-bit color, 0 for default, and then the XY coordinates of the FGTim level FGTim dot prect x. Then add that to the ordering table. Then replace this with a sprite. FGTim prect. Oh no, it should be divide by 2, that one. No, don't multiply by 2. Because of the way how TIM images change size depending on the color depth of the texture. How the Leonardo Rodriguez. I'm supposed to be able to say that properly because I'm Pinoy and we have names like that. From Colombia. Okay. So next is set clot, I think. Yeah, set clot crect xy. It's still called rect. Why? No, not prect, crect. It's for the clot color lookup table. Sprite. And right now, if you just came on this stream, what I'm doing is I've dug out my old Marilyn fan game that I made a long time ago for the PS1, and right now I'm trying to rewrite it for PSn00bSDK. And how far have I come? Wait, it's wrong. Typo. There we go. Five arguments, it's 4. Wait, let me see what syntax for T page again. It's set draw T page. It's. Wait, did I have a definitions problem that I missed somehow? Give me a sec. Does it always position itself like that? It's here. Oh, great. how it, what's this, the syntax for like, let me compare it against the real SDK. That's the correct. I forgot to update that documentation. Why don't I do it now so I don't forget it? Not now. My mind's not in there yet. So I have to put a get T page there. It's actually the correct syntax. I have to put get T page like that. DFE, DTD, I forgot what those do. I have to fix that part in the documentation after this. Okay. There we go. And run it. It's not drawing. The UV coordinates are not set. And then set it 128, 128, 128, so it's neutral. This is a texture now. Still nothing. I tried to run this in no cache PSX. I just need to verify if it's loading in VRAM. Uh, 3v1l SH73R howdy. Debian. I don't use Arch anymore because it's giving me problems, especially on this outdated system. There's no drivers for the Quadro 4000 for it anymore, so it was stuck in Novio, or I had to switch it out with a Radeon. Where's it? Oh, it's not loading. Oh yeah, because there's no PC drive. But let me see if it's generating the correct packets. That's normal because it's 0. Text page is pointing to 0. So it's creating the correct primitives. So, verify if it's loading that texture image. I put some debug text. Reset. Not yet. Let go. It did not load the clot. My detection is bugged. I think it's supposed to be 3. I don't know. I'll have to look up the TIM format again, but some of my existing projects might have it already. You know, my examples. But it's always end up like there, right there. Let me try this one. Yeah, it's supposed to be 8. So, the reason why it's not displaying is because since the clot is not loaded and then the VRAM contains zeros, it displays nothing because zeros are interpreted as a transparency mask. Nope, now it loads the clot. It's still not drawing. Where? Let me try setting it to 1. Best will just do nothing. I don't think there's a problem with the order of primitives because with the way how the buffers are displayed, because it worked fine when I displayed like a solid color rectangle. Just set this to 256. Nope, that didn't make an ounce of difference. So should be uploading because the coordinates are correct. Let me see how I did it on other things. Yeah, that's all I did, just to define a stripe. I'm still getting nothing. Let me see the... It should be working. Those are the foreground tiles that I'm trying to load. Ah, there is a problem. It's a tile primitive. It's supposed to be spurt. It's. There we go. There we go. That's what I've been looking for. Let me see how that looks on the Trinitron. I'm not sure if the squeal, the 15 kilohertz whine is being picked up by the camera. Oh yeah, that's it. That's what I've been trying to do. It's simple typos like that. It doesn't help that the compiler didn't warn for mismatched types. I think I should fix that. Like add something like this, so that the compiler will bitch at you if it's not wrong. If it's not the right type that you're feeding that macro with. So yeah, that's the tile set of the first test level I've made for this game. So now I need to work on the renderer. Now that we have tiles. I have to figure out a way to make the macros complain make the compiler complain if you specify the wrong type, because that's a really easy way to get lost in a problem. So what next? Yeah, I need to make a tile renderer. Should be a matter of doing this. I need to locate where the tile data is. I think it's at the end of the I think it's at the end of the everything else. Let me see in the file spec. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit tricky because it seems I wasn't really mindful enough to put like an indicator. I know. I wasn't really back then. I wasn't really keen on. Apparently, I wasn't really very smart enough to like put a pointer of where the file data is. So I know. I mean, where the level tile map is. It's not in the struct because I relied on sequential reads to get to the tile map data, which is not a very good design choice in all honesty, because yeah, the header size, I think it includes the size of everything. I'll print out, see if it's gonna make any sense, and maybe print out the contents. Because yeah, I think I can determine it by the There we go. Sometimes it does that, but restarting the transfer fixes that. Yeah, that's the size of the whole header. The rest of the file is the tile map, the level tile map. Because I didn't really have a very efficient way of handling things. So I have to make a new one, a new variable. Level map. No, it should be a uchar. Uchar level header plus okay, I'm gonna try to render that now. So this is gonna be a bit of a doozy. So for now, I'll just do it here in the main file and organize it later. Then yeah, I need to make the level header accessible. Okay, so to draw the tile map, I'll bring this here. Go sort the texture page for that. I'll comment that out for now. What about I pre-compute? It should be Spurt 16. So here's how you do tile rendering on the PS1. So int, create some variables that you need to create some variables. Px, py will be the screen coordinates. Px will be x and 16. Minus py will be y. Then or just do it like this, for tx0 tx this what's the format of the disp environment structure? Disp, so it should be with divide by for 816 plus 1 tx plus plus it's a hell of a lot more optimized than the original renderer, which used libgs. So I need to define that tile primitive. The idea is I just simply predefine that and then just copy it and then change a few variables, and it'd be a tad faster and also a lot less dirty looking. Sort of a base template set. To set the cloth to that, set the cloth, then set the color. UV coordinates will be changed later. That will be for the tile data. So how I would be drawing now, p-tile will be next by p-tile next by, then if this one will be for the tile pointer. And then two of these. This map. The idea is to not use multiply to parse through that array of tile indices, so be I think it's xdim for the level size. Yeah, it's xdim. Level xdim tile pointer. Comment it as TT pointer will be the one that will parse if the problem with that is I have to do it like this in advance. Otherwise it will just infinite loop. Okay, now to actually draw the tile, or rather generate the primitives. So p-tile tile, then set xy0 and px py. Then set uv0. It will be for the tile index. I think the order is like this, sort of x, sort of like this, and should be quite simple to integrate. So tile pointer 16 tiles horizontal. So and f then multiply that by 16. Bit shift left by 4 bits, that will be multiplied by 16. Then this one will be divide by 16, then multiply again by 16. Then I guess that's about, no, add prim, register to the ordering table, and advance the x pi char this should do. Should be faster than the original renderer. Forgot to rename some variables. I won't be surprised if this just crashes at first or doesn't render right. I'll be surprised if it actually works properly. Okay, and oh, we're good. I forgot to advance the coordinates. So all the tiles are bunched up on the corner right there. So should be like this. Px plus 16. And down here, py plus 16. Oh, there we go, we got something. It's a bit mangled. It looks like it's mirrored in some strange way. Is it? Let me see how I ordered the tiles in here. It's here. Okay, there it is. What was it? Parse. Oh god. Label, line label in C files. This is usually discouraged nowadays. Alright. Well, it's linear. The data format's linear still. Yes. Well, this one has the advantage of being robust, I suppose. But this one uses multiplies. Where is this defined? The UV coordinates should be correct. Cotton colors are correct. Maybe the level map's pointing in the wrong direction. Let me try again. That's not how the level's supposed to look like. And the file format of this should still be correct. gonna try to add scrolling later so I can verify what's wrong. It's no. Let's see if after the header block it should be the level data, judging by the way how level information is loaded in my old code. Well, that's correct. Okay, when did I try to add like input now? Let's see. Okay, I'll just do it like this for now. Just see if it can be made to work. Great, I think the left mouse button on my trackball is going iffy. Alright, see you later, Alexandro. I'll get this done before. I want to get at least the tile map rendering to work before I call this a stream. I will cover it. I'll make a tutorial chapter about how to do tile map rendering in my in my tutorial series. It's not rendering right. I'm figuring it out. Trying to fix it, essentially. And I'll just use slower code that should probably work and then optimize it later. Well, that didn't make an ounce of difference. The background tile map is in the header too. What's the sequence for loading a level? Okay, play level. So load level header. And I'll try to play an XA track. No. Load the level header. Which, oh man, this is horribly written code. Basically, loads the tile maps. Yeah, it will first read the first sector of the file. Then it will read the rest of the file up to the block size. There's some parsing work there. Generates enemy entities and other stuff. Then the next one is play level, which will, the next one was game loop. Game loop, which allocates the level array, level data buffer, crudely. Then it just simply reads the rest of the file as the level data. Oops. It's just horrid. It's like seeing your old drawings that look like garbage. Ah, it's -1. It had to be -1. Okay, now I know. Now I know what this thing is doing. Just do that. There we go. Now it looks a little bit more coherent, but it still makes no sense. Should be correct. Delay. This is not a very good level format I designed. It's not very good. It's a bit wonk. Verify if it's reading the correct size of the data. Well, it is reading it, getting the correct file size properly. Let me see if we define it as an unsigned char. Yeah, it's an unsigned char. There's nothing wrong with that when I did calculator testing. The problem let me see what the result looks like. Okay, why don't I go add controller support? This can be done by Then set that for scroll coordinates, and then just to be quick, I'll copy some controller code of my samples. It's always open in that part of the screen all the time. This is my prototype vector collision routine. Up it there. Put it there. I need to. Oh, no, it's not pad init. It should be init pad. Start pad. Then put. I'm actually getting quite tired now, but I'll try to push on. Okay, can I move it? Okay, signs of a map data is there. Seems there's something wrong with the with one of the axes. The x-axis is not processing right. What's the order here? Y then x? Yep, Y then x. It's just Nedit. It's not like, it's more like Notepad++ to me than Vim. Vim is a bit clunky to use to me personally. I even ended up ruining some source files with it too, because it inexplicitly copied blocks of code But there's some... Now that looks quite weird. So there's something wrong with the array processing. Vertical is fine, as you can see. It's just horizontal, which is a bit jank. Actually acting quite weird. So I'm figuring out what's wrong. Let me see. That's fine down there. Why did I increase the packet buffer? But I doubt that's a problem. The only weird problem I have with like Nedit is the numeric keypad input doesn't work right. Yeah, it acts weird, the scrolling. I have not heard of it even. I don't think there's multiple tile layers on this. I'm pretty sure the tile entries are like 1 byte long. It would be really weird if it's 2 bytes actually. Because there's only one tile layer for... Great. I'll be back in a moment, hang on. Okay. It's not making sense. For some, it really isn't making sense to me. It's supposed to work fine. I mean, that's what I'm using in the original. Even if it's just corrupt data that it's pointing to, it should scroll smoothly, but it's not. Also, the reason why I'm placing the window over here instead of over there is because there's a dead line on my monitor. So I'm contemplating going back to tube monitors because they don't have that problem. So I'm inquiring if it's even possible, see if it's possible to import one from Japan. I really don't want to work with LCDs all the time. Nope, still doesn't make sense. It's weird because that method always worked for me. Offset's not the problem. It should be because it's compliant with like MIPS. GCC MIPS target is should still be as compliant as the official SDK. In fact, the official SDK is actually using GCC 2.81, something old like that, and it actually doesn't generate very well optimized code as like the newer versions of GCC. So PSn00bSDK generates overall faster code with modern GCC. I don't know, it's strange. It's logic's supposed to be alignment should not be the problem because the level data is aligned, and then the address offsetting is correct as well. No, it's not about the alignment. It's something to do with the way how the tile data is read. That's not correct. Yeah, it's supposed to work, but it doesn't. Data alignment shouldn't be the issue here because this is just bytes, not half words or long words that I'm working with. I don't know, 32-bit words rather. Another program that doesn't support horizontal scrolling. How annoying. I'm getting immensely tired, and then what if I just make it render tile 1 just to see if the renderer is working right. I found the problem. It's this bastard configuration here. Took me a long time to figure that out. It's so silly. It's because if I use continue, it will not update the coordinates. That's why it looks so scrambled. Okay, now it looks a little bit more coherent, and then the vertical scrolling is busted now. Because there's no SY. I have to subtract, or no need of subtraction. Oh yeah, it's a common thing that happens. You make a little oversight. There's a little bug there's a bug you're dealing with that you've spent a long time on, but turns out it's just a little thing. There we go. Now we have proper Marilyn level rendering. There we go. That's how it's supposed to look. But that's why it's acting weird. So yeah, we got the finally Marilyn level. Let me try optimizing the hell out of it. I forgot continue. Because if you use continue, it skips the whole loop. So this bit of code here never gets updated. So I can just do it like this. It's nothing really big. I've made lots of tile renderers before, especially on the Wii. But I think I'm gonna have to bring this method back because this one. No, I don't think because this one is tolerant. If the level data is smaller, Nedit. I'm using Nedit. And I think it's called Nautilus or Nirvana text editor. Yeah, it uses a motif, so it will fit perfectly with your like Silicon graphics or Sun workstation with like common desktop environment. It is a Nirvana text editor. And I think I'll have to bring back the old method here because this method here is actually tolerant to handling levels that are smaller than the screen. Con is probably even worse. No, it's running Nubrom. I made that. My name is even under. Can't you see it? I'm using an Explorer cartridge to boot Nubrom, which acts as like my own version of Kitela. It also has a nice burn-in protection, as you can see when it dimmed. Alright, why not I try to implement the game logic so it could do running and platforming before I call it quits now that the renderer is actually functioning after I optimize it. Deep pointer. Oh no, annoying nephew. So there I go, that's it. Oh, forgot something. I haven't tried Emacs. I've used Vim, but it's very clunky. It's actually easy to execute a series of commands that would screw up your source file, which did happen to me. But with PHP scripts instead. I was like trying to edit through a telnet session. There we go. This is a hell of a lot more efficient than the old one. So I might actually bring that tile entry list mechanism back because that would allow for an easy implementation of animated tiles. In fact, throughout my many game engine 2D engine projects, including that one that I used to make that stupid Cardcaptor Sakura fan game, the animation modes are inspired from builds. Like it has oscillate forward and backward. Kaitla. Well, you spelled it correctly. Almost. It's basically a custom cheat firmware that's more geared towards homebrew development, but it could also be used for hacking and cheating because it has features for dumping memory. I plan to add those into NewBrom at some point. But right now I don't really quite need them yet. What I needed it most was PC drive file support, file access support that actually supports writing. Because Kitla's implementation doesn't support creating and writing files. If you try to do that, the console would just freeze. On my PC drive implementation, it can do that. Plus, you can query directories from the host system and other fancy things like that. Okay, let me find where the game logic is that drives the Marilyn character. I'm gonna try to implement that and actually get platforming working. I'm gonna have to implement the collision detection. I'll just copy these. These should still be usable. Just needs to be improved upon. Oh man, it's almost 3 o'clock. Let me try. Try to push it. Before I call it a stream. Maybe I have 30 minutes to spare now. Because I need to head off to buy some parts to refurbish that 486 VIP board. Yeah, NewBrom. Oh yeah, you can do that. NewBrom supports serial downloads, but at the moment I need to fix my MCOM's utility. For some reason Handshake's not working for like both platforms. Like it would still upload even if the Handshake lines are not connected. And NewBrom's serial loader is Handshake aware, but it's written such that it's not mandatory. What's it called here now? Why do I always do it like that? That's so horrible. Let me do it with parentheses. With the brackets. Square brackets rather. And then load VAG. Why the hell did they choose that file extension for the sound files on PS1 land? Oh yeah, I remember CX is like the constraint mode. The constraint coordinates. Yeah, as I said earlier about bigger channels that look a bit dishonest, I don't know, they seem artificial, they're too sterile. Some of the larger channels, they're just sterile. For some reason I had a dream that involved like Halo, they're like the first Halo Combat Evolved, that for whatever reason the Covenant in it was called Perile. That's not even I think it's like peril, but with an E added to it. It's weird. It's sort of like the game in the dream was also like sort of like a weirdinized version. There was like some odd differences in that one. There's also light load, which is basically like PSX serial or hit serial. If you want to try alternatives, but those are old. Light load is not. I don't think light load is handshake aware yet. I haven't worked on light load in a long time. Oh. Well, I could maintain it, but I could still maintain it. I just haven't found the time to work on it. Also, I do maintenance on software that's pretty much perfect already. Well, Lightload has Lightload doesn't have issues yet, apart from lacking support for handshaking. Though most PS1 serial setups that people put together usually don't use the serial handshake lines. Well, Nubrum is more or less complete. It just needs more new polish. It just needs further polishing to make it even better. I'm mostly taking a break from it because I've already spent a lot worked on. I'm not sure. I think it's like less than 50% right now, or so, because it's still lacking on like SPU support. Doesn't support FMVs yet. Oh yeah, that's the only, and also it doesn't have like a extended like controller library, so you could like use the vibrators on the controllers. There's just so much to do, and I've already worked on the project so much. I want to take a break from it. I'll get back to it eventually. People have contributed a bunch of small fixes for it though, or I've found issues that I otherwise would not notice. Yeah, there's an owner. Projectiles have like owner values. I think I plan to have like multiplayer on this, like 2-player split screen scrolling. Right now I'm looking for like the player logic. I'm gonna try to grab that and get it to work. P stuff. player stuff. Snorkel! It's dangerous and stuff. It's really dangerous. Yeah, that's High Treason's idea. For PSn00bSDK under Windows, you need MSys2. You can also use MSys2 for the official SDK. It's just a matter of like writing your make file in such a way that it'll call the tool, official SDK, CCPSX and whatnot. But for PSn00bSDK, you need MSys2 for the make utility. Under Linux, you just need the build essential and then compile the SDK. You also need to I forgot to mention, you also need to compile like the GNUC toolchain as well. Omit the fairy stuff for now. When I get the game logic running. What's the sprite struct like? Where is that coming from? I don't remember a sprite. The reason I've made it like this was I was originally gonna make Marilyn like cross-platform, but my method didn't really work out so well. It's convoluted as all hell, made worse by the fact that it's not like properly modular. No, there are people who use serial ports for developing. It's the poor man's option. It's just that no one really wires the handshake lines of the serial port. They just simply wire the TX line and then the RX line and then ground. Just 3 wires. Hence why light load is not really handshake aware. I suppose that really works. You could use ID numbers as well. You just need like some kind of resource compiler. Basically, it's like a resource compiler. Essentially, the PCK format is essentially like that. It's a resource file to pack multiple small files into one big file. I'm looking for what the sprite struct's for. I forgot. I have like where is that sprite struct? It's just a GS sprite. Okay, so I'll just create my own sprite struct then. You could also make like extended file tables. But I think one like 83 entries is 85 entries is good enough for most things anyway. Yeah, do player logic. Where is that located at? I got the big one in the world. Engine PSX. Do player logic. Yeah. GS. It's just high level sprite. It uses. I don't know. It's not too bad in my experience, but generally, it's not, if you're doing like lots of low-level custom graphics routines, it's best not to use libgs if you're at that point already, which I did when I was gonna work on Scarlet. I think I'll have to omit the player input, or just rewrite it to use the pad struct. Well, I don't know how well this is gonna work. Oh man, this is a huge chunk of code to adapt. If player dies, make fairy look like it saw the player die. I think most of this is just the fairy logic, which I'll add later. What I want to do right now is oh man, this is not very good coding here. It's very messy. Oh, is that do fairy collision that's called? Yeah, do fairy logic. I don't need fairy logic. There you go. I'll just fix the formatting later. What I want to do is there's also a camera struct I have to change. Oh, okay. So yeah, that was the main reason why I kept the source out, is for learning things off of it. I still have yet to make a page for like the old code base of Scarlet engine, which can still be useful for. There's a. I'll just comment this out. I just want basic collision to work. I'll comment that out. I don't have sound here yet. These are for yeah, you could, these are some of the sector functions. Yeah, the S collides is sector aware, but I don't have working sectors right now. I'll just replace it with collide T and collide B. Or do I end up hitting the numlock key instead? I think I have to find a header file with like I don't understand what you meant, Dequan MacLeod. Howdy. I don't get what you're saying. This is not Windows, this is Linux, and the command line is just a terminal here. It's not a DOS terminal, DOS prompt rather. Why am I commenting out the hurt player code? Oh man, the logic's pretty huge. I think this was one of the first things I wrote that used like fractional fixed point math for the platforming physics. Oh, no, fixed point math for like fractional velocity values. Yeah, Debian Linux. Running on a 24-thread HP Z600 workstation with a pair of Intel Xeon X5650s. Well, naturally, a Threadripper can easily rip this a new one, even the 1920X. I'll comment this whole block out because I don't have any entities running. Same for this one. I think this is called do player logic. Wait a minute. Okay, now I need to add here's the player logic. I think no need of that now. Yeah, you can using MSys too. It provides like a Linux-like shell. Actually, you could even use it on a command prompt if you can access its make, which should be trivial. Just simply add its bin directory to your path environment variable. Where's Paul's all divine? Here it is. Yeah, I'll just clean this out later. There. I've been rather quiet because I'm pretty much focused on this. But I'm running out of time now. I think 6 hours stream is already my limit. This one I'll have to do it off stream, adapting the game logic routines to work in this New one. Very convoluted. I have to fix everything. Fix all of this. I'll try to push on until I at least get running and jumping and collisions working. So I'll just comment bits of code that's not essential to what I want to accomplish. Sound will come in later. Sound SPU support works, but it's a tad limited. As in, it doesn't have. You can play sounds with it, but it doesn't support like a sequenced music format. Venus. The structure of this is not very good at all, and the end result is a precarious mess that's a bit tricky to figure out. So this needs a major cleanup. Yeah, there's a gravity definition somewhere. Some globals. I don't need the sprite entity anymore. Okay, let me try to compile it. Watching out for any missing things. I don't expect it to work. Just seeing what else is missing. Oh yeah, the hit defs. I could just simply copy and include that. Okay. Hit defs. There should be an underscore. Sometimes it makes you wonder how you're able to fully understand how with code that's formatted like this. It's a bit messy. Just define one player into array entry for now. There's no transitions yet. 824. There's no sector stuff yet. I think the C type is in there. I don't know. You rarely hear people making home. There's not really much in the way of homebrew for arcade systems. It's too niche. People seem more content with consoles, largely as it's more accessible. Not everyone has arcade cabinets or arcade machines, let alone ones that are meant for the homebrew that they want to try out. Well, you may also want to find programming docs for the target arcade system you're trying to learn how to develop homebrew for. I don't know, I don't really recommend arcade because, you know, with these people who emulate that work on emulators, they never document how the hardware works that you can use to, or they usually don't document it so that how it works, so you could like write something, learn how to program for it and whatnot, which is bloody annoying, especially when I want to target like say PC98. I can't do that because most of the emulators don't have like debug features, and none of them even have documents on how the hardware works. Because who the hell would want to develop something for an old platform? The errors are now becoming few and far between. Where's the hurt player function? There it is. Already it looks messy now. There we go, it compiles, but I don't know if it'll run. Well, the collision depths are still there. I'll think about it. But I don't think I'll have the Marilyn sprite out for now. What draws the draw player? I think it's called draw player, the function. There it is, draw player sprite. Is there an active homebrew community for that arcade board? Like, are there other people also trying to learn how to program for it too? Because if there isn't really one, then you're in shit creek without a paddle. Oh yeah, the 68K instruction set, some of the least confusing from what I've been told. How's this stream going? Okay, I'll leave that keyframe interval to 2 seconds. It seems to be going so well. And I'm already quite tired, and it's already like 6 hours. Yeah, 6 hours 14. Yeah, I'm already quite tired, and I have other things to do for the day. Yeah, it's called MAME stands for Multi Arcade Machine Emulator. I think it even emulates consoles as well. Well, this daytime, yeah, the amount of work I've done today. Spent like, I think I ended up spending like an hour or two trying to debug why PC drive file size wasn't working. Turns out nothing was wrong, it was just fetching the value incorrectly. Yeah, I don't mind it, I have other things to do. Well, I used to be able to manage whole day programming sessions when I was younger, in like QB45, QB 4.5. I used to be able to do like whole day, no problem. I had a break in the middle of the stream when I was eating my lunch. Well, I did have a break in the middle when I was eating lunch earlier. No CZ5000 tinkering for now because I think my mom borrowed my audio cables. I'm not sure, I think no, I think this is longer than my first Wind Waker stream. That one was like 5 hours. So I guess this beats it by an hour. I am quite tired now. But I did decent progress. Figuring out the file format again. Since I've forgotten how this game really worked. And that was like let's see, I'll show the dates on the source files there. 2014, this is like 6 years old code now. I know. Yeah, 6 years old. I don't mind it, I'm still good. I'm just a bit it's not like a threatening. There's nothing wrong. I just noticed I've been doing this for 6 hours now. Some people have done even longer streams, like I think several days of that stupid Desert Bus game. They've lasted. There are people who streamed way longer than 6 hours. They even had like caffeine and coffee, anything to keep them up for as long as possible. Just playing Desert Bus. I'm not even joking. I think one of the Vinesaw streamers did it. Joel, I did that. Hardcore, isn't his, I think, Hardcore Friday. The longest Desert Bus stream he ever did. Next stream I'm gonna do Wind Waker. Well, at least you managed to catch quite early. That's why, yeah, stream notifications seems to rarely come up for like smaller channels. Like when High Treason streams, oftentimes there's no notification. So, but usually if you keep checking your subs, you'd find it there. I just work as an IT tech in my uncle's school. Not much, just doing networking, working on our doing maintenance on our database system that I've developed. When I have nothing better to do at work, I fire up that Pentium noob machine at work and then continue on like DOS stuff. I don't usually hit the bell icon. It brings up, no. For smaller channels, they don't really post much. So I remember when you have the bell on, you get notifications a lot and it gets annoying. But the problem with arcade systems is that they're often less documented. So yeah, I'll just close the windows now to emphasize that I'm already done coding. That's enough. It was quite a marathon. I haven't done a long programming stream in a while. A programming session that long. I'm not sure. Maybe I've done long sessions too when I was like working on Noob ROM when I was staying at home when when this shitty made in China flu started. I don't know about me ever ending up in a game developer. I think I'll just establish my own studio or just be a one-man show. Because I imagine all the game development studios around here in the Philippines target stupid mobile phones. I hate stupid smartphone games. I don't class them as gaming platforms. I prefer developing for console or even PC. But right now I'm good with working at my uncle's school. Get decent pay and then things there are quite lax. I can find free time there to work on my own projects. I suppose. There have been people who are able to make like demo scene stuff for like absolutely obscure like game consoles, like this one one cocktail style set top tabletop video game system that predates the Vectrex, but the way it renders graphics is like similar to the Virtual Boy, where it has like a row of LEDs and then a mirror that oscillates to display a picture. I forgot what it's called. That tabletop video game console. The most recent console I've ever programmed homebrew for was the Wii. In fact, you may want to catch my upcoming my Wind Waker stream next Sunday, because I'm gonna cover some of my old homebrew I made for the Nintendo Wii. So you better catch that stream if you're interested. My streams start at 9 o'clock Manila Standard Time, or yeah, Manila Standard Time is what it's called, or Philippine. 9 a.m. PST or MST. Or if that's not available in your like clock application, just use Hong Kong. We have this. We lie at the same date line. So yeah. I don't know. I don't really dabble much on meme stuff. But anyway, already quite. Like I said, I'm tired already. So, I guess I'll call it a stream now. So, anywho, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching the stream. I hope that even though this, I hope. Yeah, that's made in China flu. It's all right. It's just slow. Things are a bit slow. No, it's a very simple format, QLP. You can use it. In fact, that format is old now. It's from that format came from Marilyn. I wasn't really expecting anyone to use my conventions from that project. But anyhow, that's it for the stream. Thanks for watching. Langguy64 is signing out. Have a good day. See you in the next stream.